I now call this committee to order. We'll first begin with a roll call. State your full name and whether you are present or present in voting. We'll first begin with the mayor of Marty.
Robert Chandro, and I'm present and voting.
Okay. Mayor of Anderson.
Daniel Kang, present.
Okay. Mayor of Howard.
David Rader, present and voting.
Okay. Mayor of Bill Valley.
Ethan Bunnell, present and voting.
Okay. For the reference of the committee, I will be allotting 1 minute and 30 seconds for opening statements on each of the issues that we will be discussing today. After that, you guys can all request to continue additional speaking and continue the discussion. Please make sure to maintain parliamentary procedure throughout the entirety of today's committee. I will be moderating and we will be doing that, and all parliamentary procedure rules apply as followed. We'll now begin with our first issue, which is Inner City Reading Initiative. For the reference of every other member in today's committee, I will be reading it out loud first before we begin to the opening statements. Okay. Inner City Reading Initiative. Literacy is a crucial component of education of the Education Act, and it is a problem facing schools nationwide. However, federal funding is already available through other grant programs for reading programs in K through 12, and the main issue here is whether the reading funding for inner city schools should also be a part of this grant. Number 1, require funding to reading. 2, allow funding for reading. Or 3, prohibit funding for reading. Are there any opening statements on the floor? Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized.
Thank you. So as Anderson, we're really populated and we're growing cities, so we do need a funding for reading. So it'd be very nice if we required a funding for reading to the school, but I'm also fine with allowing funding for reading.
Do you yield the remaining time, Speaker? I absorb the remaining seconds. Are there any additional opening statements that would like to be presented? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you. We believe that literacy is extremely important to the Education Act, and it's an extremely huge problem that faces schools nationwide. So since we are a rural community and we rely a lot on the mining industry and agriculture, we aren't really concerned about literacy in the inner city. Citizens feel that large cities have unlimited resources, so they should solve their own funds instead of funds being allocated by the state, which comes out from our city's tax money. We would like to prohibit funding for reading for that exact reason. A large enough city should be able to support their own literacy and educational initiatives instead of taking money from other cities. I yield my remaining time.
I apologize. Mayor of Howard, you've been recognized.
Right. So for the citizens of Howard, like any other suburban city with growing minority population, we are concerned about literacy, but it would be optimal that the agreement allows Howard to fund an inner city reading initiative. So therefore, we are for allowing funding. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go into our final opening statement by the Mayor of Bill Valley.
Similarly to Anderson and Howard, our city is also growing, and a lot of our outside cities that are in the rapidly developing urban area already have the funding required for their reading initiatives. However, we feel that the inner city schools needed some additional support, so we would not want to require funding for reading because not all of our schools need it. However, we do think that for those inside schools, we should allow for inner city reading funding so that they are able to get the resources they need. And I yield my remaining time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now that we've moved on from opening statements, we'll continue our discussion of opinions. If you'd like to state any additional facts in terms of your city's policy, now is the time to do so. Otherwise, we'll move into some guiding questions that I have prepared. Mayor of Howard.
I think that prohibiting funding for reading is an absurd thought, and requiring it, I could see how it could affect him negatively, the city of Marty. So therefore, I'm pro allowing funding for reading, which is crucial for our nation and our state. Thank you.
Are there any additional opinions on the floor? Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized. And as a point of inquiry or point of information for the entire chamber, these opinions are limited to 30 seconds per opinion.
Okay, thank you. Well, also I agree with Mayor of Howard. Prohibiting the funding of reading would be too much. Well, why not just allow it? You know, requiring would be too much for Marty too. So I agree on allowing funding for reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor of Anderson. Mayor of Bill Valley, I saw your hand first. 30 seconds is allotted now.
I would like to share a similar opinion with the mayors of Howard and the mayor of Anderson in that I don't want to make a too polarizing decision. I do believe that prohibiting funding for reading is additionally absolutely absurd and should not be something that goes through because a lot of inner city schools do require that additional funding. However, requiring that funding takes away the opinions of what the Marty mayor expressed earlier. So I think that allowing for reading funding should be an excellent compromise.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 1 second. Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Once we display our opinions, do we have to vote on that right away? Or are we taking in contention all 6 first before voting?
So the proper way to proceed with voting procedure is to motion to previous question, and then we will be able to vote after that. But if you have an additional opinion that you would like to present beyond your opening statement, now is the time to do so. If you would like to potentially have a side meeting negotiation as well, that's also something that we can motion. Again, this committee is not truly it is stuck to the parliamentary procedure rules, but I'm very open to having different types of discussion. I also want to ask a little bit more of some guiding questions so we can solidify our stances on these.
Okay. I'm just wondering because a lot of us hold power for certain issues because we don't really mind what happens on those issues. So if we were to vote on each issue like one at a time before discussing all 6 and then deciding all at once, then that might sacrifice some of the negotiation that could happen.
Yeah, so what to my understanding and what I've been told is that we will vote on each individual issue after it's been discussed. Does that make sense?
Like right after? So like after we display all our opinions here, we're going to vote on it?
Yes. If we want to take a 1-minute recess, we can confirm those details, but that was my understanding based off of my guide.
I think we should move to take a 1-minute recess to confirm.
Is there a
those.
second?
I second.
Okay, we've entered recess for a minute. The 1 minute recess has most definitely elapsed. Can we have all mayors return to their seats? Otherwise, we can request for an extension indefinitely. Thank you so much for returning to your seats. Considering how we have 4 minutes remaining until we have to go on to other activities, does there seem to be a consensus that has been reached? Mayor of Howard.
I move to previous question.
So I was just clarified that we will not be necessarily voting, but I will just take a roll call and then we will do a show of hands and then choose a solution based off of each issue. Does that make sense? Okay. So has a consensus been relatively reached for each of the cities? Okay. Then we'll do a roll call for issue number 1. So when I call your name, you'll just state the specific solution that you've chosen, and then we'll have, our recorder record the appropriate solution. Okay, so for issue number 1, Inner City Reading Initiative, Mayor of Marty, please state your solution.
I will allow funding for reading.
I believe that's solution 2. Mayor of Howard,
I as well will allow funding.
that is solution 2. Mayor of Anderson,
Allow funding for reading.
that is solution 2. Mayor of Bill Valley,
Solution 2, allow funding for reading.
solution 2. Thank you so much for reaching that consensus. Is there a motion to not adjourn, but to, have a recess so that we can continue other activities on the floor?
I move to recess.
Second? Okay. We're now in recess until we continue to resume the session. You are disgusting and I hate your solution. Thank you.
Just for clarification, that was a complete joke. We were just.
That was a testing of the mic for the recording. Apologies. That did not need to be there. Do we know if the live stream is continued now? Okay, perfect. Okay. So we will now begin this session at 1:13 p.m. officially, and we're now going to move on to our second issue of today, which is about performance-based incentive program. The federal government seeks to award schools based on performance. The policy of rewarding those schools that perform at a high level is a highly contested issue in Nevada because it gives more money to performing schools and might underfund schools most desperately in need of resources. Just like last time, we'll continue with parliamentary procedure. You guys will have 1 minute for opening statements, and we will be asking guiding questions for these issues and the ones beyond this to help further the discussion, help educate the audience more. And we also have policy advisors asking questions and things like that. And for all of those and additional opinions that are presented, it is a 30-second speaking time. Does that make sense? Okay, so we'll now begin with the opening statements. Are there any on the floor? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. This is our most important issue that we're trying to solve. Since we do have a community college, we serve so many students from nearby rural areas, which we think is really important because we're giving them access to education. Implementation of this performance-based program would assist our community a lot. And yeah, I yield the rest of my time. It's important to us.
Thank you. I'll absorb the remaining seconds. Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As for Anderson, we are growing really fast and we're overcrowded. Also, our education system is aging a lot, so it's hard for our school in our city to be outperforming in the city who are already settled. So we will not be getting any implementation in this situation. So I do not support implementation. I say give less to the top schools. That's my opinion, but I'm willing to negotiate.
Thank you, Mayor of Anderson. I'll absorb the remaining around 30 seconds. Mayor of Howard.
I as well am willing to negotiate. However, implementation would greatly assist the Howard community. And additionally, most education funding typically goes to underperforming schools. And if funding is moved to compensate for hard work being done in schools, schools will be more driven and therefore benefit the state and citizens as a whole. However, I am ready to negotiate.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We'll have our final opening statement from the Mayor of Bill Valley.
Since Bill Valley produces and contains a lot of the top schools, we feel that we would like to have this system fully implemented because it would reward our top schools in Nevada, which produces those top graduates that is really going to be able to bring a lot of recognition to Nevada. And additionally, a lot of our citizens believe that those underperforming schools should not be rewarded for their efforts, and although they should get some funding, those top schools need to be prioritized because they produce such excellent students.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We'll now be going on to a few guiding questions from myself and the policy advisors, unless there are any opinions on the floor additional to the opening statements. Mayor of Howard, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I'd somewhat agree with the mayor of Bill Valley about that we should get, I guess, some funding still to underperforming communities. Underperforming schools. However, it is definitely important to implement the system which has been given. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor of Howard. Now is there an opinion? Okay, we'll now be adding some guiding questions. My first question resides within each of these individual cities. What are the metrics that you guys are using for ensuring that for gauging whether some schools are high performance or low performance? Are there any opinions or responses on the floor? Mayor of Howard, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I'd say the metric we're using is grades, how high grades are, and also GPA, and then standardized test scores like ACT and SAT scores. Thank you.
Are there any additional opinions on the floor for this response? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I also agree with Howard's mayor. The main metric we'll use is standardized test scores because that's across the nation. So ACT, SAT. Also, the PSAT is another metric, and then AP scores.
Thank you so much. Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized.
I also agree with Marty and Howard's mayor because it is pretty universal status of a student, like on a condition of achieving, and also I think attendance of people who's like attending AP classes would be a factor too, because how willing are they try to engage in these programs are also a factor, I think.
Thank you. I'll absorb the remaining 8 seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley, is that an opinion?
We share similar opinions to those of the other mayors in that those standardized tests and AP scores, as well as GPA, is a huge factor when determining high-performing students, as well as the mayor of Anderson mentioned that enrollment in those higher-level classes is definitely a determining factor.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 15 seconds. We now have a question from one of the policy advisors. I'll yield the time to him for asking a question.
Do you guys think map tests are also like a valid way of gauging academic performance as well? Or do you guys think they're kind of useless because some people may not do the best or participate in them since they're not entirely really enforced?
Okay, we'll just go with the mayor of Anderson. I believe I saw you first. 30 seconds starts now.
I think map testing is more of a track to like see how student grows up during this year of the school, not to measure their intelligence overall. And also, yeah, as you said, people don't even try that much, honestly.
15. Mayor of Bill Valley.
I think that map testing is used in more of a projective method for individual schools to place their students, as well as map test validity has to be questioned because the same student may perform differently based on the difficulty of questions because it is not the same amount of questions for everyone, and it can vary based on how you answer.
Thank you so much. Are there any additional responses to this question? Okay, seeing none, is there another question from the policy advisor? I yield the rest of the time to you for asking the question.
Do sports play a role in performance? Because some people are more, they play sports more than they do well in test scores.
Mayor of Howard, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I'd say sports would be a very small factor because we're more focused on the educational and academic aspect. And I feel like sports would be a little more of an extracurricular. However, it would have a small impact if they're like state champions, however. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll observe the remaining seconds. Mayor of Marty, the floor is yours for 30 seconds.
I also agree with the mayor of Howard, but since we are talking about performance-based incentives, sports do play, they play less of a factor than education because we're talking about the educational system. But if we're talking about performance-based incentives, better teams should require monetary funding so that they can help develop them more and coach them to a higher level on the state and national.
Thank you so much. Are there any additional responses to this question? Okay, we have one more guiding question that will be coming from me. I think this will be our final one unless there is a consensus if there is a consensus that's been reached. So the final question is regards to this. How are you guys going to be, supporting schools who do well in your respective cities and counties? Are there any policies set in place? What are things you guys hope to implement to, help support the development of those schools who are high performing? Mayor of Bill Valley, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I think that an effective allocation of funds towards schools who have high-performing students would be to increase the resources available to them, and that may be classroom materials as well as online courses or hiring teacher salaries in those respective schools so there's more of an incentive for those teachers to perform better at their jobs.
Thank you so much. Are there any additional opinions on the floor by any of the mayors? Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I think a opportunity for education should be provided equally, and that especially in my city, people are going to old schools and overcrowded schools. So even if they're performing better, I don't think they're gonna be getting additional amount of fund compared to overage school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining seconds. Are there any additional opinions on the floor? Mayor of Bill Valley, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
I would like to expand on the argument that I made previously to raising teacher salaries. In coordination with that, they could also use those higher salary caps to hire more qualified professors or other teachers who would know the material better due to their level of education or previous experience.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 8 seconds. Are there any additional opinions on the floor? Mayor of Marty.
I also agree with the mayor of Bill Valley in the sense that hiring more educated professionals can develop a better education, but also the funding could help contribute to better resources. A lot of assignments and helpful resources to classes are being paywalled right now, and having that funding
15.
would be extremely necessary to help schools get the full access to the entire internet for what they could use to help develop their students.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 6 seconds. Any additional opinions to be shared on the floor at this time? Mayor of Howard.
While I still agree that we should implement this, I still think that some funding should go to underperforming schools to try to help them perform better and be able to compete with schools that are performing better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any additional opinions to be shared at this time? Do we believe we've reached our final opinions about this issue? Or would we like to continue with some more guiding questions? Is that a motion to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Can we open the floor up to just discussion right now?
Oh, point of inquiry?
Yeah. Point. Yeah.
Okay, so I would suggest a motion to possibly have like a 1 or 2 minute recess.
Okay.
If that's the case.
I move to have a 1 or 2 minute
Is
recess.
there a second? Seeing a second, we've now begun 1 minute recess. Committee members, the 1 minute recess period has elapsed. Is there a motion for an extension of the recess? Have we reached our final opinions about this issue? Okay, we'll now be doing a roll call vote on each of the individual stances. Just for the record, it would be highly appreciated and smiled upon if you guys could name A, the full name of the solution, and B, the number, so it's easier for us to record. I would also like to, before we begin our roll call, like to say that this performance-based incentive is something that, I am, as a governor, I believe that it is something that we could implement on certain cases, but not in every single every single county, and that's not something that can be distributed everywhere, right? I want to ensure it's as equitable as possible, which is why I personally am in full support of 50% implementation of these programs. Okay, we'll now begin a roll call vote. Mayor of Marty, state the solution and the number of the solution that you are in support of.
Full implementation for solution 1.
Okay. Okay. Mayor of Anderson.
50% implementation, number 2.
Okay. Mayor of Howard.
50% implementation, solution 2.
Okay. And finally, Mayor of Bill Valley.
50% implementation, solution 2.
Okay. For the record, do we have those? I counted 3 in support of solution 2 and 1 in support of full implementation. And then I personally am solution 2 as well. Okay. Great job, everyone. We'll now move on to our third issue, which is distribution of funding. Developing a fair formula for the distribution of funding is a crucial issue. The board has put forth 4 options based on 2 distinct distribution formulas. To distribute this funding strictly according to number of students in a particular city by population, and to divide the funding equally between the cities, so by city. So our first solution is 100% by the population, so it's according to a number of students. The second solution is 65% by population, 35% by city. Our third option is 35% by population, 65% by city, and option 4 is 100% by city. We'll now begin our opening statements. Again, it is 1 minute for an opening statement. Are there any opening statement speakers interested in speaking right now? Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized for a minute.
As mayor of Anderson, who has a lot of students in our city, I personally do believe that 100% by population is very beneficial for me. But I know that all other city has less population. I mean, by far less. So, I can negotiate down to 65% by population, 35 by city, just because we are gonna be too much of a tight.
10?
Sorry.
Nope. You still have time. You still have time remaining. Okay. Do you have any taps that you want in specific? Or times. Like how many taps do you want and stuff like that? One for 30 seconds. Okay. And then for the shorter opinions and responses, I'll just do one for 15 instead of the audible response. Okay. But yeah, you still have 5 more seconds remaining if you'd like to finish.
Real quick. So, population. Yeah. I mean, I forgot all my ideas. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor of Anderson. Are there any additional opening statements that would like to be presented at this time? Mayor Bill Valley, the floor is yours.
Like the mayor of Anderson previously stated, our city has a much smaller amount of citizens when compared to that of Anderson. I think Anderson makes up more than half of the population in regards to students in the state of Nevada, so I can understand their perspective, and I do believe that there should be a higher percentage of funds allocated because of their greater number of students, although we would appreciate more funding because of our lower amount of students and we want it to be distributed equally among cities. I think that it is important that we distribute funds to educate all students in the state of Nevada equally. So I would be willing to compromise on a 65% by population, 35% by city selection.
I'll absorb the remaining 20 seconds. Are there any additional opening statements at this time? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for a minute.
Since we are the smallest city, we also believe that the funding distribution is not, it shouldn't be distributed just by population size. Just because of population size, there's still another factor, which is land area, and that takes a lot of funding to build infrastructure and things like that, even if there are less people. But I am willing to compromise with all of the other mayors on this issue.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining seconds. Mayor of Howard, is there an opening statement from you?
I have no opening statement, and I'm willing to negotiate this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any additional opinions that would like to be shared at this time? Mayor of Marty, 30 seconds.
Although the distribution of funding is very important to our city, what's far more important is the adult education and the performance-based incentive problem. Sorry. So that's what I would like to focus on. But I move that we... Okay, I'll stop. Can I point of inquiry?
A point of inquiry? Yes, state that inquiry.
Yeah, can we take a 2-minute recess?
So you would have to motion for that recess if you would want it. Were you finished with your opinion? Because you did have 10 seconds left on the clock.
I was finished with the opinion.
Okay, so then the chair would highly smile upon a motion for a 2-minute recess if that's what you guys would like to do.
I move that motion.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, we are going to continue with the sharing of opinions. Are there any additional opinions on the floor? Okay, we'll now begin with guiding questions. Policy advisors, do you have any? Okay, policy advisor, do you have? Okay, so I will begin with the first question. So right now, our funding is, as I am also aware, not very equitable in terms of a lot of different factors. So what would you guys say are some factors that, contribute to a potential solution that you guys are looking at? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
Some of the factors that we would use this funding for would be infrastructure, especially because, like I said, land size. I think that's very important when considering the distribution of funding. If, for example, a smaller city like Marty had the same had a close size of land compared to like a bigger city like Anderson, we would still need to build infrastructure, which would require more funding.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 6 seconds. Are there any other additional responses to this question? Mayor of Bill Valley, recognized.
I think that while it is important to note that it is necessary to acquire funds for smaller cities in order to build that infrastructure, I think it would be, even if you were able to build that infrastructure, you still wouldn't have enough students to fill the capacity necessary for all of that funding to be used when compared to a much larger city like Anderson, who needs those funds proportionally to the amount of students, so that to ensure that each student has the same amount of funding as other cities, and that way the amount of money that goes to each student is not unfair and all students have equal opportunity.
Time has elapsed, committee or mayor. Are there any additional responses to this question? Mayor of Anderson, recognized.
The funding can be also used for to help students get a meal that if they can get provided with the food, because regarding that, Anderson has a lot of area in a school which like there's a lot of racism and like a economic it literally says on the paper. So if they're suffering from food, I think it should be first priority to give it to them.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 4 seconds on the time. Are there any additional responses to this guiding question? Mayor Bill Valley, 30 seconds.
I move for a 30-second recess.
Mayor of Howard, do you have a response to this question before we move into the recess?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Is there a motion on the recess? Is there a second? Okay, we've now entered a 30-second recess. Time has elapsed. Mayors, please return to your chairs and prevent any discussion from occurring. Are there any other opinions that would like to be shared at the time?
I move to take another 1 minute recess.
I can,
Can we extend it?
yes, so I will extend the recess indefinitely if that's something that you guys are okay with. Could I just get a formal motion for that?
I move that motion. Okay, I move to take an indefinite recess until we're ready to come back.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, we've entered that recess. So this is just for the record, and we're still in recess because it is indefinite until we come to a conclusion. Have we come to a conclusion about the solutions? Okay, the governor would like to express his disdain for the 100% solutions, so solutions 1 and 4 about 100% by population and 100% by city, and is actually in firm support of this 65-35 breakdown. We personally, as the governor's cabinet and myself, believe that this is going to be a lot better for those densely populated areas, and it still accounts for the fact that some cities may have more spread out areas and things like that with their school and education systems. But regardless, now that we've exited the recess, we're now going to be moving on to one of the policy advisors who has a question prepared for you all about discussion. Policy advisor, I yield the time to you.
So how would densely populated areas be with schools be affected by, or like in your own city be affected by your chosen solution?
Are there responses? Yes, Mayor Vanderson, 30 seconds.
Well, obviously, we'll get more fundings if we do get 65-35, and also that individuals will receive more help and support because they're more funding. Produced by 65% of population, because if we go by city, we're going to just lose money. Well, not directly lose money, but compared to other options, we will. That's it.
I'll absorb the remaining 10 seconds. Any additional responses? Mayor of Marty.
For us, since we have such a small population, we would like lose money sort of in the sense that we wouldn't get as much as we could if it was by city instead of by population. So we are in support of the city one. But again, for Marty, it doesn't matter enough to us because the incentive-based education is way more important.
Thank you. I'll absorb the remaining 7 seconds. Any additional responses? Mayor of Howard, you've been recognized for 30 seconds.
When I discussed this question with the citizens of Howard, they came to consensus that it's a hotly debated topic, and therefore I'm willing to negotiate how other cities feel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for expressing that. Any additional opinions? Seeing none, do we believe we've reached a consensus about this issue? Okay, I see some head nods, so I guess we'll move on to our roll call voting. Mayor of Marty, please state the solution and its number that you are in support of for the record.
Solution 2, 65% for population, 35 for city.
Thank you. Mayor of Anderson.
Solution 2, 65% by population, 35% by city.
Thank you. Mayor of Howard.
I as well. Solution 2, 65% by population and 35% by city.
Thank you. Mayor of Bill Valley.
Option 2, 65% by population, 35% by city.
Thank you. Is that recorded? Okay. Could we just get a quick breakdown once again for the record? Huh? Okay. Great job, everyone. Now, issue 4, adult and higher education. Spending for higher education in Nevada has increased considerably with the addition of dental and law school to the existing business and medical graduate programs in Nevada. Policymakers statewide have sought to make Nevada self-sufficient through adult education, and the board has recommended 4 funding levels for adult and higher education that will be covered under this grant. Our first solution is $60 million. Our second solution is $40 million. Third solution is $20 million. And our fourth solution is no funding at all. Are there any other opening statements on the floor? Mayor of Marty, you've been recognized for a minute.
Point of information,
Yes.
the funding numbers are multiplied by 10 from what you said. So it's 600, 400, 200, and none.
Excuse me?
So the funding is 600 million for the first one, 400 million for the second, and 200 million for the third.
Oh, okay. I believe it was a typo on my copy here. Thank you so much for bringing that. So once again, for the record, solution number 1 is 600 million. Solution 2 is 400 million. Solution 3 is 200 million. And solution 4 is no funding at all. Does that seem correct, mayors? Okay, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. We'll now go into opening statements. Mayor of Howard.
I firmly believe the needs of traditional K through 12 schools are more pressing. I am willing, however, to support a modest level of adult education, but it is important that this program does not divert a disproportionate amount of funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 50 seconds. Any additional opening statements, Mayor of Marty?
This is the second most important issue to us because we do have a community college and a lot of students from rural areas benefit from this greatly. We need a lot of the funding so that we can benefit our own adult population and citizens from the surrounding rural areas.
Thank you. Any additional opening statements at this time? Mayor of Bill Valley.
And this is another significant topic for the citizens of Bill Valley as we hold one of the 2 universities within Nevada, and that being the University of Nevada, Reno. And we feel that we should allocate more funds towards adult education methods because Nevada is lacking in name recognition for universities, and bringing in students from outside of the state to want to come into our programs. We feel that investing more money into those programs will increase out-of-state enrollment, which would bring in more funds to the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 30 seconds. Mayor of Anderson, recognized for a minute.
No opening statement. I'm just say I'm willing to negotiate.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. Are there any opinions that would like to be shared beyond the opening statements at this time? Mayor of Howard?
I would just like to say, while I do understand how you have a college, one of the 2 colleges in Nevada, K through 12 programs are in fact in all of the cities, and it's crucial that we make sure to invest properly in our youth and next generation, and I stand firmly on this.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Any additional opinions at this time? Okay, we'll now move on to some guiding discussion questions in terms of this. So, if a certain amount of money were to be involved or were to be allocated for the purpose of adult and higher education, what are each of your city's respective plans with investing this money back into the city and these education systems? Are there any responses at this time? Mayor of Marty?
So since we do have a community college, it's important to us that we provide very low-cost education to our rural students. And so we work on providing a lot of scholarships as well as hiring higher level teachers. That way we could, especially with the new dental and law school, we want to have high level teachers that can help benefit the education level and give a higher quality of education in essence.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 5 seconds. And just as a quick reminder, no crosstalk while others are speaking. Let's give each of the speakers their full respect. Are there any responses at this time? Mayor of Howard, 30 seconds.
I strongly believe that $200 million will be sufficient for higher education. We'll be able to invest in our community colleges, in our universities, and instead of spending an extra $400 million or $200 million, we can invest that back into our youth, make sure we get better teachers, better education, better school lunches, better programs, and invest in our youth and make sure that our next generation is set to progress and do great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor of Howard. I'll absorb the remaining 9 seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley.
I think that there is an argument to be made that our college students are the next generation, as they are the ones that are going to have the most immediate impact as they're entering the workforce in the shortest amount of time. And although I think it is important to focus on our K through 12 education programs, I feel it is more important to educate our college students because they're going to have the most impact in the shortest amount of time. And additionally, although I think that $200 million would be a good start to investing in the universities we already have, $600 million is the most optimal because it would allow us to establish more universities to compete with other states.
Time has elapsed, committee member. Are there any additional opinions at this time? Mayor of Howard?
Universities receive money from their students' tuition, unlike K through 12 programs. And after earlier this week discussing with the president of University of Nevada, Reno, he discussed how it is crucial to invest in our youth and that this school is growing exponentially more than it used to in the past, and therefore they have more funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those responses at this time. We'll now move on to another guiding question just to continue this discussion. So for cities that don't, Mayor of Marty, was that a point of inquiry? Is there?
Can I-
Can you state the time
Can
frame?
can I move to take an indefinite recess until we're ready to come back to this topic?
Yes. Is there a second for that? Recess? There's a second? Okay, seeing no second, we are going to continue on with the discussion questions at this time. So, for cities that don't necessarily have higher education established, could this funding that you guys are using right now be used to establish these higher education programs? I'd like to see some responses for this. Mayor of Howard, I saw you first.
We do have higher education. We do have community college in Howard, and it is doing well. And we do want to invest in our community colleges, but we do understand that community colleges can get sources of income elsewhere, and it is again crucial to invest in our public schools where students don't have to pay and they don't receive that education from tuition, money from tuition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any additional responses to this question? I did see a hand from Bill Valley earlier. Okay, Mayor of Marty, recognized for 30 seconds.
So the mayor of Howard did acknowledge that public schools are free for students, which is why I believe that funding doesn't need to be allocated more there. Whereas when it comes to adult education in other cities where it is more expensive for students to contribute, it would be beneficial for funding to happen so that these students could be able to access education more if they couldn't afford it originally.
Thank you so much, Mayor of Bill Valley. Okay.
I think it is important to note that I do agree that I'm not saying that our K through 12 education programs do not matter, but simply put, currently our K through 12 education methods in Nevada receive a lot of funding already. I found that they will receive $1.58 billion this year for our K through 12 education program. So I think that it is important that we invest in our higher education programs because of the K through 12 funding that is already received.
Thank you so much. Time has elapsed. Any additional opinions? Mayor of Howard, recognized
As
for
a
30.
student who did go to public schools in Howard when I was younger, I do believe that these programs and have a lot of investment necessary, and it's crucial that we invest in our teachers and make sure that students are receiving extra education and are invested better for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those opinions. Are there any additional responses to this question at the time? Mayor of Anderson, no response? Okay, we'll continue on with one final question, but before we go on to that question, as the governor, I believe that my opinion and the solution I strongly support is allocating $400 million to education. I believe that $600 million is something that would be too much and $200 million is not enough. So $400 million is something that I personally support as a governor. Is that a point of inquiry?
It's a response to, so yes, maybe. It's a response to what you.
Oh, so you would like to share an
Yes,
opinion?
please.
Yes.
So again, after talking to University of Nevada Reno's president this week, he did say how University of Nevada Reno is growing as a school that people are coming from outside the state, which was never a thing. And a lot of students from California, Arizona, Utah are coming to University of Nevada Reno, and this is allowing them to get more money on their tuition, and they are able to pay for themselves. And we still will be investing $200 million in them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that opinion. I would like to just continue on with what I was saying earlier, which is the fact that, yes, we do have a lot of money going into our K through 12 systems as well, but the reason I support a sort of moderate response and solution on this is because of the fact that a lot of the universities that we do see here in the state of Nevada do have large levels of endowments as well that do contribute to the funding of these schools that I believe should be utilized more. I don't necessarily believe that the maximum amount of higher education funding can be established, but I would like to see what $400 million can do and how far that can go. Are there any additional opinions at this time? Mayor of Marty, I saw that first.
Thank you. I think we're forgetting to consider community colleges because they don't receive endowments, and it is very important for rural students to get the education that they deserve, especially with the new dental, law, all these different programs that are opening up. This funding would mostly be allocated towards community college adult programs, which is super important to help develop the education level.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Mayor of Howard, was there a opinion there?
I would like to motion for a 1-minute recess.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I see a second. We've now begun our 1-minute recess. Mayor's time has elapsed for the recess. Is there a motion? Yes.
I move to extend the recess to an indefinite amount of time until we're ready.
Second.
I second that.
Okay, it's continued. Mayors, can we stop the side discussion and turn the attention to the front of the room? The chair would highly small upon a motion to adjourn the session, and we will come back to this discussion soon. We do have other issues. Is there a motion on the floor for that?
I motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have now adjourned the session. Okay, so I called this discussion back to order. We are going to restart our discussion again, and this time it's going to be at 2:58 p.m. Marty, is that a motion?
Yes, I move to recess indefinitely until we're ready to begin.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, seeing a second, we are now in recess. Mayors, have we come to a compromise about this issue? No? Okay, we'll continue with the recess. Yeah. Like 200 is too low for me. So if he decided to veto all three of you doing 600, which he technically can't because you're supposed to vote with him, correct? So Why is that even like a situation that we're considering? Okay, but if he decides to veto, then I would overturn that veto to be 600 because I'm okay with it being more than 400. But because you said that you only want 200, that is why, as a governor, it is my recommended option to go for 400. Yeah. Yeah, we're still in recess. Yeah, I would just suggest within the next 2 minutes, so around like 3:05. That's the deadline that I would like you guys to have this. 3:05. We've come to a consensus with this recess. Have we come to a consensus with this recess? I'm seeking either a yes or no answer right now. Okay, so we are moving out of recess. Are there... Please stop all crosstalk at this time and maintain decorum, mayors. We're now going to be moving on and continuing with the discussion. Are there any opinions that would like to be shared? Otherwise, we will move on to roll call voting. Mayor of Howard.
I'd like to address that from our debate we had earlier. I believe that I had the best points and I came to a compromise. However, if the other mayors don't agree in that, then I respect their decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Marty, is that a sharing of the opinion?
I believe that the mayor of Howard thinks that volume trumps reason when it comes to arguments, and I think that he repeated the same point over and over. So I would like to disagree, but I think we have come to a consensus and we're ready to vote.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley.
Although I can appreciate the arguments from Howard, the vision for our city is in favor of the 600 million. And although I think that compromise is often the best solution, from what I've heard from the other mayors, there is a consensus on the 600 million decision. So I would like to act in the best interest of the state and not only just my own city.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Mayor of Anderson.
So the all other three cities are benefiting more by going to 600 million. Is it 60 million or 600?
600.
600
Yes.
million? Well, yeah, only Howard does not benefit, and they're not willing to compromise, so I will have to go for 600.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Mayor of Howard, is that an opinion that would like to be shared?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to clarify, I did compromise as I was very strong and my citizens of Howard are strong on 200 million and I compromised for 400. However, I don't believe that the other mayors can come to that, so I respect them. However, I did compromise.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Marty.
Can I move to previous question?
Yes, you may. Is there a second to that? Okay, we'll now be voting on this piece of legislation in the roll call style of manner. Mayor of Marty, please make sure to state the number of your solution and the full title.
Solution 1, $600 million.
Thank you. Mayor of Anderson, name and number of the solution.
Solution 1, 600 million.
Thank you. Mayor of Howard, number and solution.
200 million. Solution 3.
Thank you. Mayor of Bill Valley, number and solution.
600 million, solution 1.
Thank you so much. As governor, I'd also like to indicate my solution for, or my support for solution number 2 of 400 million. Record, could we get a final consensus? Like an overview of all the votes again? Oh, are you not recording anymore? Was I supposed to? Well, Graydon was recording, like, you know that sheet that I'm supposed to fill out? Graydon was doing that for me, so, yeah, that's why I was saying it for the record. No worries. Okay, so then as a recollection for the entire room, it was 3 in favor of solution 1 of 600 million, and then 1 in favor of solution 3, which was 200 million. Are there any other motions on the floor, Mayor of Howard?
I'd just like to say that I agree with I'd compromise at the 400 that you believe in, Governor. However, seeing how strong the other mayors believe in the interest of their cities, I respect that. So I'm going to stick strong with my interest for my city ultimately. So I'm going to stick to number 3, 200 million. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that final opinion on this issue. There's nothing else on the floor, Mayor Howard?
Respectfully, I will not be changing my vote. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So I believe we've... I don't know why you're looking at me. Why are you looking at him like that? Was that a veto? Did you vote?
Yes, that is a veto.
Okay, so then as governor, I decide to exercise my opportunity to overturn this veto on this issue. So now we are back to 600 million. Okay, we'll now be moving on to issue number 5, Reed's Rural Funding Initiative. A major gap in the Education Act concerns funding for rural schools. Senator Harry Reid has fought vigorously for such funding, and this is an important issue for Nevada as a whole. Of the $250 million grant, the board has recommended 5 different funding levels for Reid's education level program. Solution 1 is $600 million. Solution 2 is $450 million, and Solution 3 is $300 million. Mayors, before we proceed with our opening statements, do those numbers seem correct? Mayor of Anderson, yes. Please speak into the mic for the record.
For there's number 4 and 5.
Would you mind sharing that? I do not have that on my governor's guide.
Number 4 is no funding.
Okay.
Number 5 is 150 million.
Okay. So once again, solution 1 is 600 million. Solution 2 is 450 million. Solution 3 is 300 million. Solution 4,
It's
yes.
flipped. It's flipped from Ethan. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor of Bill Valley, could you state the correct options then?
Number 1, 600 million. Option 2, 450 million. Option 3, 300 million. Option 4, 150 million. And option 5, no funding. It's the same options as the ones outlined by the city of Anderson, except in sequential order.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing that. So now we'll be moving on to our opening statements about this issue. Again, 1 minute for the opening statements. Are there any that are ready to be presented on the floor? Mayor Vanderson, you may begin.
Well, straight to the point. Anderson would not get any funding since it's not a rural area, so we would just be losing money. Not entirely, but if we do produce this solutions, then we will lose money. Yeah. So I am opposed to funding.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 13 seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley.
In the city of Bill Valley, we don't have we are also in a similar position to Anderson, where our city ourselves would not receive as much funding because we do not have very many rural communities. However, in the northern region overall, our citizens are concerned with those rural areas getting more funding, and because they are our counterparts in the northern region. So we would elect to donate and start funding some of those initiatives for school funds in rural communities. However, we do not believe that the 600 million would. Okay.
Time has elapsed, Mayor. Thank you. Mayor of Howard.
So, as mayor of Howard and having discussed with the citizens of Howard, I found they are concerned about their neighbors in rural communities who are suffering greatly from the lack of technology in schools. Therefore, some spending should be allocated for the rural funding initiative. However, 600 million would also be disadvantaged for it's too much. Therefore, I believe in 450 million because it would decrease spending in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Mayor of Marty, do you have a personal statement that you would like to present at this time?
We don't lean towards a particular side because this issue doesn't really affect us positively or negatively. So I'm willing to support whichever will be most beneficial for our state.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. We'll now be moving on to some guiding questions in relation to this one prompt. But before we do, as the governor, I am in firm support of solution number 4, which is $150 million for rural communities. Yes, rural communities do deserve money, so I'm completely opposed to no funding at all. But I do believe that the state's budget has to account for the fact that within rural communities, there are not a lot of population, there's not a lot of a population there to receive too much funding, and B, in terms of the infrastructure and things, yes, there are those buildings that need to be repaired, but not in an extensive manner, whereas much of the population and much of the students are in the more urban areas. So as governor, once again, I am in firm support of solution number 4 of $150 million. But regardless, we're going to move into some guiding questions about that. Is that an opinion you'd like to share?
Yes, I'd just like to say that 230,000 people, almost 8% of Nevada, do live in rural areas, and that it would be important to give money to rural areas because rural communities need access to capital to thrive, and therefore we should give them 450 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And before we continue on to we'll continue on to these opinions, Mayor of Marty first.
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Sorry, can you repeat the solution that you wanted?
Yes. So and I'll pause your time for the opinion now. The governor is in full support of solution number 4 of 150 million.
Thank you.
Yep. Mayor of Anderson, is that an opinion?
Oh, no, it's a question. Can
Yes.
you search stuff up mid debate, or is it?
That is a question I would direct to the parley. That is acceptable. Yes.
Okay, but what if you don't have a laptop? Are you just?
Mayor of Howard.
Just to say to that, I believe that you should have brought a laptop. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll maintain some decorum, and we'll now move on to some guiding questions if there are no more opinions that would like to be shared at this time. And once again, Governor is in full support of Solution 4 of $150 million to rural areas. Okay, we'll now begin with our first question. So, why do you believe that rural areas should or should not receive certain amounts of funding? And again, these are 30-second responses. Mayor of Howard, you begin.
We should get funding because in Nevada we have a huge. Sorry. I believe that we should get funding because in Nevada we have huge urban cities like Las Vegas, Reno, and we have a big majority of our money going into the gambling industry and entertainment industry. But these rural areas, I feel like, are being completely neglected, and therefore it is crucial to give money to these areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Anderson, you've been recognized.
City of Anderson is already suffering from a tight funding and money gap between non-populated areas, and if we do end up giving a fund and pay off for it, it's just like a majority sacrificing for a minority. So I don't think it does make sense.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any additional responses to this question? Mayor of Bill Valley?
I think that overall, those members of rural communities, a lot of them depend on those elements of being in a more rural area, such as agriculture or other farming methods that require them to be on less urban developed land. And I think that it would be unfair to put them at a disadvantage solely because they depend on a different method for their livelihood.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any additional responses to this guiding question? Okay. Would any of the policy advisors now like to frame a question to either of the mayors in regards to this issue? We're seeing none. Oh, Mayor of Marty?
I would like to move for a indefinite recess again.
I'm going to rule that dilatory at this time. I'm going to ask another guiding question so we can try and frame the discussion. Mayor of Bill Valley.
I was just going to share my same opinion with the governor, and that we should hear out all the guiding questions so that we can have a more comprehensive view of the debate before we move into recess.
Thank you so much for showing that support to me. Okay, we'll now continue on with another guiding question. What are some key issues you believe could be resolved with the levels of funding that you advocate for within, your respective solutions that you believe could solve the issues that rural school districts are facing?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes. So what are some issues you believe rural school districts or cities have that you believe could be solved with the level of funding that you're advocating for? Mayor of Bill Valley?
I believe that one of the most prominent issues for rural communities, especially for education, is the lack of professionals in those areas. Because there's a lot more job opportunities in more urbanly developed areas, it is crucial to provide a lot of funding for those more rural communities so that they may hire professionals to come visit their areas and enroll as teachers in their schools.
Thank you so much. Mayor of Howard?
I would just like to say I completely agree with Ethan there that we should give more funding to rural communities. And this goes with what Daniel was saying, how they're tight. They have it's tight in his city of Anderson with the population stuff. So therefore funding rural communities will allow more people to move to these rural communities and there alleviate the problems that Daniel has in his city of Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any additional responses to this question at this time? Mayor of Anderson, 30 seconds.
Well, countering the mayor of Howard, the reason why the kids are going to that school is because their parent would be most likely have a job around there, so they wouldn't be able to move freely like that.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Howard.
I completely agree with Daniel, and this is why we need to invest more money into rural communities so people can move to these communities and the parents can have jobs there and the students can, and then people will live there. Thank you. And then again, alleviate the population that Daniel was complaining about a bit earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any additional opinions at this time? Mayor of Anderson, the floor is yours. Okay, you rescind the motion. Are there any additional opinions that would like to be shared at this time? Okay. We'll begin one final question. Why do you believe the level of funding that you advocate for is the right amount? Mayor of Howard.
As I see that Daniel does not want to give money to rural communities, I respect that. And therefore, I also agree that $600 million might be too much. However, it is super crucial to get job employment and get more jobs opportunities and letting people move to these rural areas. Therefore, I firmly and strongly believe in $450 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Any additional opinions, Mayor of Anderson?
Well, as I said, 94.1% of a population in Nevada lives in urban area, and I don't think it is the right thing to say that 5.9% should be prioritized compared to 94.1% of population in Nevada City, because just because you can create a new job doesn't mean that people get to live better life in a current situation right now in the city.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining 6 seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley, I saw you first.
I do agree with the point that the mayor of Anderson is making, in that since the majority of citizens live in those more populated urban areas, that they should be prioritized, which is why I think that $600 million is far too much and would divert too much funding to those rural communities. So I would more advocate for a $300 or $450 million project, because I believe that 150 is too low to spread equitably among the amount of different rural communities that there are because of the cost of infrastructure. So there wouldn't be enough money to give a project to each rural
Time has
community.
elapsed, Representative. Thank you. Mayor of Howard.
I'd just like to say I completely agree with the mayor of Bill Valley in that why it's too high, why it's too low, and therefore why it should be 450. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mayor of Anderson.
Also, Bill Valley mentioned 300 million, and I'm completely fine with negotiating it to 300 million.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Mayor of Marty, is there a response to this question? Yes, the floor is yours.
because Marty does not have any rural areas, it's just a small city, we could not care less.
Thank you so much for sharing that. The governor has now accounted for a certain number of factors, and we are willing to express our interest for a $300 million solution if that is something that the state is interested in. As has been made clear a number of different times, a majority of the population, vastly more than a supermajority of the population, currently resides in urban areas. And yes, there are issues with rural funding and things, but even though some opponents might argue that it's going to bring in job opportunities and things like that, we believe that education may not necessarily bring those, since there isn't a direct correlation between this funding going directly to economic sectors and their development and only for education. Mayor of Howard, is that an opinion you'd like to express?
Yes, I more or less agree with what you're saying here. However, again, the investing 450 million and getting people out to these rural communities will help the city of Howard's residents, the city of Bow Valley's residents, and how Daniel said, the city of Anderson's residents. Thank you. Also due to his population being too high, as he said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining 10 seconds, Mayor of Anderson.
I'd like to mention that the money that's spending on here is made from blood and sweat of those 94.1% of Nevadans. And I'm questioning if those people want their money to be spent on another project instead of in their own city.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mayor of Howard.
I also am questioning why you're like dehumanizing these people who live in the rural and why they don't deserve any money at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining seconds. Any additional opinions to be shared at this time, Mayor of Howard?
I move for recess of 1 minute.
Would you be willing to amend that to 30 seconds?
Sure.
Okay, is there a second to that? Seeing no second, we are still going to continue on with the discussion today. Any additional opinions that would like to be shared at this time? Mayor of Bill Valley, you've been recognized.
I think that another important thing to consider is that we discussed earlier investment in higher education opportunities, and because of that, I think that it would also be important to develop these citizens in these more rural communities. I think that, as my fellow mayors have expressed, 450 million may be a bit too high, and citizens of those urban communities may not be willing to pay that much. However, 300 million would still allow for those citizens of rural communities to develop and achieve more highly in those rural communities because of their increased education budget. And
Time has elapsed, Mayor. Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Marty, I saw that.
I actually am starting to agree with the funding for rural areas. I think this is very important, and it sort of reflects a lot of Marty's own goals for education. I think I'd be willing to discuss, and I would like to move for a recess.
Okay, if that's the case, then the chair, or I personally require, as per parliamentary procedure, a motion to move into a recess. Is there anything that would like to be shared at this time? Mayor of Bill Valley.
I would just like to expand on my further point. I didn't get to finish in the time allotted.
Okay.
I believe that if we were able to increase that amount, the investing into rural education, along with those policies that we enacted earlier with the incentive-based funding as well as higher education funding, it would allow the pipeline of rural community students to be higher achievers into our universities, which would then make them reinvest back into Nevada and reinvest into their rural communities to bring up Nevada and raise their education rating.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining 2 seconds. Is there anything on the floor at this time?
Yeah, I move for a recess of 4 minutes.
4 minutes? I apologize. Would you be willing to amend that to 1 minute or 30 seconds?
2 minutes. I'd be willing to amend to 2 minutes.
I'll rule that acceptable at the time. 2 minutes starts now. Mayors, the time for the recess has elapsed. Please return to your seats and look forward. Mayor of Howard, is that an opinion that would like to be shared?
Yes. After discussion with the other mayors, I still am very strong on 450 million. I don't see myself changing that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mayor of Bill Valley.
It seems that after discussion, the mayors of Anderson and Howard are wanting to vote for 300 million and 450 million respectively. As the mayor of Bill Valley, our citizens are more than happy with either of those solutions. So I'm going to take a similar stance to that of the mayor of Marty, and that we are impartial, and that whatever conclusion the two mayors come to is what we will support.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Mayor of Marty.
Just a really quick thing. I just wanted to say I am in full support of any funding being allocated to rural areas. So I'm impartial whether it's 300 or 450.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mayor of Howard.
I really appreciate the openness from Mayor of Bill Valley and Mayor of Marty. And I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm just in full. I appreciate their support. Can I move for 1 minute of recess to
Thank you.
come into a decision with my fellow mayor? Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. You'll have to separately request a motion to do so. Yes, Mayor of Howard.
I request a motion to move to 1 minute of recess.
Is there a second to that? Okay, 1 minute has started. Mayor's time has elapsed. Please stop the side talk and return back to the discussion. Mayor of Howard, is that an opinion?
I'd just like to say, unfortunately, we did not come to a decision, and we are at a standstill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any additional opinions at this time? Mayor Marty.
Point of personal information privilege. We have 45 minutes left. Just wanted to let everyone know.
Okay, so that is a point of information, and thank you so much for letting the committee know. Mayor of Mayor of Howard.
Oh, good. Just to clarify what you just said, 45 minutes, I understand that, and that won't change my decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining time. Mayor of Bill Valley.
I move to an indefinite recess until my colleagues can come to a conclusion on this issue.
Second.
The governor is going to rule that dilatory at this time. Travis, was
Here.
there something from the side that you would have liked to mention? Okay. Yes, I can do that.
Governor has my full respect.
Thank you so much for that respect, Mayor of Howard. Mayor of Howard, yes.
I'd just like to say, sorry, I lost my train of thought I'm sorry.
Your time is still going.
Okay. I'd just like to say that all the points I made earlier, I still vouch and I still agree with 450 million, and I'm not willing to change my opinion at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'll absorb the remaining 10 seconds. Mayor of Bill Valley.
For the sake of the time restriction that we have, and I'm seeing that we're not reaching a conclusion on this particular issue, I move to table this topic and move on to issue 6 so that we can come to a conclusion on a later issue.
Second.
Okay.
Can I veto that motion? I want to kill the.
No, they want to table this issue right now and then move on to the next one. I ruled that acceptable, so now we'll be moving on to issue number 6. No, we'll come back to it after we resolve issue number 6.
Sorry, point of clarity to Travis.
A point of inquiry, yes.
Inquiry, sorry. For it to be official.
I think what they're asking is like in their guide, it says that there's two types of like, yeah, 2 rounds of voting. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. So it'll just be going through once. But we will go back to issue number 5 after we resolve issue number 6. Yes, because we already finished voting on that.
Okay. Then I'd just like to make my opinion clear. I'm not changing my vote on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, I did not grant time to cast the opinion, but that is a point of information that we will continue and carry on to us within issue number 6, a voucher program. This is issue number 6, a voucher program for charter schools. Voucher systems, also known education vouchers, are typically certificates issued by the government which allow parents to apply towards tuition at private or charter schools. While a highly contested issue, this proposed voucher program is slightly different and is aimed at increasing the enrollment at charter schools nearby. Solution number 1 is no funding. Solution number 2 is $50 million. Solution number 3 is $100 million. Solution number 4 is $150 million. And solution 5 is $200 million. We'll now begin with the opening statements. Are there any that are presentable on the floor? Mayor of Marty, your 1 minute starts now.
Marty has been very interested in expanding our charter program for many, many years. With enough funding, we can start the charter program, but we do need funding for that to happen. But if we don't have enough funding, that means students will just use the voucher to go to different cities' charter programs, and that hurts us in the long run. So Marty believes that we should have no vouchers.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Are there any additional opening statements at the time? Mayor of Bill Valley.
Bill Valley is one of the cities in Nevada with one of the most prominent charter school systems, so we believe that it would be inequitable to the citizens of Bill Valley if there were to be no vouchers at all. However, I can understand the perspective of Marty and that they don't want to lose members of their city. So I'm very willing to come to a compromise on any amount of money as long as there is some funding allocated.
Thank you so much for sharing that opening statement. Mayor of Anderson, 1 minute.
I don't have any opening statement, but I am just gonna want to remind that I'm willing to negotiate anytime.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Are there any additional opening statements on the floor at this time? Mayor of Howard, 1 minute begins now.
My city of Howard does not believe in investing in development of its charter schools. Therefore, an increase in funding for charter school voucher system will mean more money will be siphoned away from schools based in Howard. Therefore, I and my citizens of Howard do not approve of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Before we continue on to the discussion questions, the governor would like to indicate his stance. As the governor, I am in full support of solution number 2 of $50 million. While ideally it would have been perfect to advocate for no funding at all, charter schools are something that are a major part of this voucher program that I believe funding needs to go to. Where my issue contests is in terms of private schools, especially those are religious, which blur the line between church and state, and that's something that the governor is not willing to compromise on. $50 million is the maximum that the governor is truly looking towards. Are there any opinions to be shared at this time? I saw the mayor of Howard first. 30 seconds.
I'd like to respect what you just said, and I agree with that. Therefore, I changed my decision from no funding to $50 million to support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Mayor of Marty, was there an opinion before?
Governor, are you aware that in certain districts without charter systems already, these vouchers could mean that students will leave our cities to go into neighboring cities as charter schools?
We are aware of that issue, or it's not even an issue at this point. We are aware that that is a possibility, but there's not substantial evidence to prove that because transportation costs are something that are incurred for students to be traveling at larger, like, distances to try and get education from these charter schools. And we, as the governor, and myself as the governor, I don't think that's really that much of an issue, right? I think parents and children are going to prioritize schools closer to them. And I don't see anything wrong with trying to seek higher quality education if that's what's going to be provided at a charter school. Are there any opinions that would like to be shared at this time? Mayor of Marty.
I can go to 50 million as well. I can accept
Thank you
that.
so much for sharing that opinion. Mayor of Anderson.
I am perfectly fine with 50 million too.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. I'll absorb the remaining time. Mayor of Marty.
I move to previous question then.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Previous question.
Okay, we'll now be voting on this issue in the roll call style manner. This is issue number 6, voucher program for charter schools. Mayor of Marty, please state the solution and the number of the solution.
Solution to $50 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Anderson.
Solution to 50 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Howard.
Solution 250 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Bill Valley.
Solution 5, $200 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. Once again, the governor would like to express his support for solution 2 of $50 million. Now, as we had tabled issue number 5, we will be going back to that, and I will be rereading the issue. Reed's Rural Funding Initiative is a major gap in the Education Act that concerns funding for rural schools. Senator Harry Reid has fought vigorously for such funding, and this is an important issue for Nevada as a whole. Of the $250 million grant, the board has recommended 5 different funding levels for Reed's rural education program. Solution 1 of $600 million, Solution 2 of $450 million, Solution 3 of $300 million, Solution 4 of $150 million, and Solution 5 of no funding. Are there any opinions that would like to be shared at this time in regards to this issue? Mayor of
Just to clarify, if anyone forgot, I will not be changing my decision of 450 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion. Any additional opinions at this time? Mayor of Marty.
I would like to thank the mayor of Howard because I forgot.
Thank you so much. I'll absorb the remaining 27 seconds. Mayor of Anderson.
Quick question to Travis. Travis,
Yes.
do I just turn off the mic?
Yeah.
Travis, what time? So what happens if this debate doesn't end?
Then nobody gets points on it.
Nobody gets points on it?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. No. I'm talking about like the whole thing, like 1 through 6. Does it have to go 2 rounds or just first round? Just first round. Just first round counts as a point.
Yeah. We're only doing 1 round of voting, not 2, like your guys' guide said.
No. So we did 1, and we get honor points for 1, but we don't get honor points for 5 if you don't finish it. No. I'm fine with that.
This is the one you need to buy point of personal.
Yes. State that.
Point of inquiry to Travis. Actually, just to the entire room.
Yeah.
Would we be able to just clarify all the other solutions before just ending off on this last one?
What do you mean by clarify?
Could we
Like-
go over what we chose for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 again?
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
for clarification.
Yes, we can do
From-
that.
from
Mayor of
Travis.
Bill Valley, was that an inquiry?
Yeah, point of inquiry. Those decisions that we've already made, those will not be able to be changed. We are simply reading over the decisions we've already made.
Thank you for bringing that point of information. Graydon, could we get a reading of the voting thus far for all of the different issues?
Yes, so for question 1, it was 2 across the board with governor's support of position 2. Question 2, it was Anderson voting for Howard and Bill Valley, with Marty voting. On the third one, it was same. On question 4, it was Anderson supporting Howard supporting 1, Bill Valley 1, Marty 1, and then you. Question, it was Anderson for 2, Howard for 2, Bill Valley for 5, Marty for 2, and then governor's support for 2 as well.
Thank you so much for bringing that to the committee's attention. Would we now like to continue on with the opinion sharing? Mayor of Bill Valley.
I feel as though after hearing my fellow mayors of the neighboring cities within Nevada talk, I've been swayed by the strong convictions of the mayor of Howard, and I would like to show my support for 450 million. Although I'm still willing to go to 300 million if the mayor of Howard decides to shift his view, although I do not think that will happen.
Thank you so much for sharing that opinion, Mayor of Howard. 30 seconds.
Just to clarify, yeah, it will not happen. I'm stuck on 450 million, and I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Mayor of Anderson.
As a mayor of Anderson, I am gonna lock in nothing over 300 million. Just to clarify.
Thank you so much for sharing. Any additional opinions at this time? Okay. Oh, Mayor of Marty, 30 seconds.
Personally, even if I were to agree with Howard, it wouldn't do anything because Howard and Anderson have to be in agreement. So my opinion is that I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. And yes, as a reminder for all the mayors present here, Howard and Anderson are required to agree on the issue that is at hand, as well as all the other issues that we have discussed. So please take that into consideration when you are making your decision. The governor would also like to once again contribute to the fact that yes, we had previously stated that 300 million was a plausible solution, but potentially we may be able to move to 450, seeing how all the other cities have decided. Mayor of Howard.
Talking for the citizens of Howard and I as mayor, I'd like to say we believe that we have been more than fair throughout all of the topics discussed, and that it was actually the other mayors were failing to compromise, and therefore citizens of Howard believe I should stick to what we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor of Howard. Mayor of Marty.
Point of inquiry to Travis. So currently, we will have the 5 solutions done, and then if we do not agree on the solution, just nothing will happen for this one only. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing.
No. We'll only. Well.
Let's limit the crosstalk and maintain some decorum. Are there any additional opinions to be shared at this time? Mayor of Bill Valley.
I would like to move for a 5-minute recess, seeing as this is the final topic of debate.
I ruled that. Actually, Travis, do we have any updates on me getting any legislation to sign? I haven't gotten any papers. Okay. I'll rule that acceptable at this time. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, we'll now enter 5-minute recess.
I motion to allow the mayor of Anderson to think.
There is no motion under parliamentary procedure that exists like that, so that will be ruled dilatory. We are still in recess, though. We are still going to be in recess indefinitely since there's been a stall in resolving these issues, but as governor, I do have some work to do in signing some legislation. So continue the discussions, please. Apologies for the urgent issue that had to be resolved by me, but now we will continue on with the discussion. Mayor of Marty.
I move to previous question.
Is there a second? Okay, we'll now be conducting a roll call vote on this piece of on this issue. Marty, state the number and the solution.
Solution 2, $450 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. Mayor of Anderson.
Solution 2, 450 million.
Mayor of Howard.
Solution 2, 450 million.
Thank you so much. Mayor of Bill Valley.
Solution 2 of 450 million.
Thank you so much for sharing. The mayor of, or the governor would also like to express his support for Solution 2 of $450 million. Congrats on the unanimous vote, and congrats on resolving all the issues at hand today. Are there any other motions on the floor? Mayor of Marty.
I move to adjourn this meeting.
Is there a second? We are now adjourned. Congratulations, mayors, on resolving all the issues. Applause is in order. Good job, everyone, and it was glad to see all of you guys resolve your issues and negotiate well.